Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This 4-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Triarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first President of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus or EFO is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is a student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and undergraduate conference.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, respected keynote speakers, presenters, and participants, and everyone else who are joining us from Zoom and YouTube. Greetings from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Welcome back to the second day of the 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference. Thank you for joining us again today. I hope everyone is up and ready to follow the activities in the second day of the conference. In the second day, we will have 2 keynote speech sessions. The first will be done shortly after this opening, and the second will conclude our LLTC later this afternoon. Our first keynote speech session we will have Dr. Jane Lammers from University of Rochester, New York, US. And the second one is Dr. Willy Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. We will have Ibu Cecilia Tutiandari as a moderator for this first session. Before we begin the second day of this conference, let us ask for God's grace and blessings so that this second day will run smoothly, just like what we had yesterday. The prayer will be done in the Catholic way, and I will invite Dr. Concilianus Lausbato to lead the prayer. Papa Cons, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. Dear distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to pray in a Catholic tradition. Those of you having different faiths and beliefs are invited to support accordingly. Let us begin. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, Amen. Let us ask for God's love and grace for the success of today's seminar by praying one of the most well-known prayers of Saint Ignatius of Loyola. Sasipe. Take, Lord, and receive our liberty, our memory, our understanding, and our entire will. All we have and call our own, you have given all to us. To you, Lord, we return it. Everything is yours. Do with it what you will. Give us only your love and your grace. That is enough for us. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Back to you, Dr. Marcus.
Thank you, Dr. Conch. Dear presenters and participants, we will provide the exit ticket for day 2 right after the 5th keynote speech this afternoon. The link will be available at around 3:30, and the exit ticket will be your attendance for the second day of the conference. Please note that you will be eligible to receive the e-certificate only if you have submitted exit ticket for day 1 and day 2. And have registered your email at the website. Should you have any questions, you may contact our help desk through the provided contact number in your screen later, and the certificate will be sent to your emails in the next 10 to 15 working days. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the privilege to welcome 2 speakers for this keynote speech. First, Dr. Jane Lammers from Rochester University, and second, Dr. Willy Renandia from Nanyang University, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. So for participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you are joining the Zoom, or in YouTube comment box if you are joining us from YouTube. Our moderator today is Dr. Cecilia Tutiandari, and I'm glad that Ibu Tutiandari is with us right now. So, Ibu Tutiandari, the time is yours.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Marcos, for giving me a chance to be the moderator today. So first of all, I would like to greet all the participants today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I hope that you are in a good health, good situation, good condition. So yes, I'm really excited to be with you today. And really, it's such an honor for me to be the moderator of two great speakers today. So I'm going to be the moderator for this session until 11 as scheduled. So, all right. In this session, we are going to have two keynote speakers as mentioned and as scheduled. Then the first presenter is Dr. Jane Lamers, and the second one is Dr. Willy Renandia. Please allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker. I'm going to share my screen. Let me show. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you. A very brief introduction for our first keynote speaker today. Dr. Jane C. Lamers is an associate professor of education at the University of Rochester, New York, USA, who began her career teaching English literacy classes in secondary schools in Florida. As a Fulbright US scholar in Indonesia in 2019 and 2020, she conducted research about Central Japanese young people's interest-driven digital literacy practices. Sorry, very long phrase. Hopefully that I pronounced it correctly. And then she maintains strong connections to the region and plans to continue her collaborative work to deepen mutual understanding and support digital literacy research and classroom practices. Dr. Lamers has written many research articles and book chapters, and he has provided workshops and trainings to educators in the US, Indonesia, Australia, and beyond. Today's talk here, she's preparing for us a talk entitled Post-COVID Digital Literacy Education, Positioning Indonesian Students as Global Meaning Makers. It sounds very interesting. And for this about 2 hour session, we are going to listen to two presenters, and then if you have questions as explained by Pak Marcos before, you can write the questions in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube comment box. So we are going to have to invite all the questions from the participants after the two presenters presenting their work. So for each presenter, we have about 40 minutes, and then the rest of the time after the two presenters we are going to use it as the question and answer session. All right, let me stop sharing. So dear participants, honorable speakers, and honorable guests, without further ado, we are going to invite and welcome Dr. Jane Lamers to present her ideas, her thoughts about her topic today. So please welcome Dr. Lamers. And Dr. Lamers, welcome to this conference, and it's time for you to present. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. It's wonderful to be back with those of you there in Indonesia and Jakarta. It was one of my favorite cities to visit. I was able to get there twice when I was in Indonesia. So it is nice to be back. I am only sad that we continue to have to be back in a virtual form because of the pandemic. But I wish everybody well, and I'm glad to be here and able to share with you all today. So I want to talk about, what do we do now? How might we emerge from COVID and take some of the lessons learned and improve digital literacy education? I leave this first slide up for a while so that you can all see my contact information: email, Twitter, or Instagram, which I know is preferred in Indonesia. So please feel free to follow up if you have questions that don't get answered today in our discussion. The next thing that I want to make sure that I do is to explain to you that I am not doing this work alone. I am the one here today, but everything that I'm doing is part of collaborative meaning making with my dear friend and collaborator and colleague, Dr. Pujia Studi from UNES. And it was all done in support from the Fulbright Fellowship and Aminef there in Indonesia. And I have the pleasure now of continuing the exchange process. And I have a visiting scholar from Lombok at University of Rochester getting some mentoring through the Fulbright Exchange. So it's a wonderful exchange program that I highly recommend to all who have the opportunity to participate. And of course, we give a nod to Kartini, who's been so influential in what Puji and I think of as we think of literacy. So Puji and I work together because we think it's important to bring the perspectives from the global north and south together. And we hope that the work that we do and share will help facilitate educators, researchers, and students from all around the globe, north, south, east, and west, to learn in dialogue with each other and to deepen our global connectedness. This quote is from an article that we published together after our experience, and it's an article that I will be able to share in the chat once I'm done presenting so that all can have access to it. In terms of how Puji and I collaborate, and also how I collaborate with all of my international and local collaborators, we take up this notion of global meaning making that was put forth from Dr. Tierney a few years ago. And we make meaning in this perspective that involves these complex negotiations, that I am not the Western or the American researcher going in and saying what theories have to happen there, or giving any preset standardized ways of thinking. Rather, we work together with ethics aligned with respect for the local. So what I'm really advocating today as I share is learning from the local students that we got the pleasure of including in our research. And then Puji and I continuing to work together across the miles and across technology with reciprocity. I now also have the pleasure, like I said, of hosting a scholar, but I also have an Indonesian student who's now getting his PhD with me. And it's set up this really wonderful opportunity to continue to have eclecticism, where we pull from what each of us has to offer and learn between us. So here's my plan for my time that I have with you. I want to first build a rationale for how and why I focus on digital literacies the way that I do. I want to explain it because it can be seen as a bit different to some people. And then I want to talk to you about the research that we did. And lastly, I want to leave us with a few questions that will hopefully prompt discussion and get you thinking about what language teaching and learning might look like post-COVID if you were to adopt this global meaning-making perspective that I'm arguing for. So why focus on digital literacy? When I was in Indonesia in 2019 and 2020, this was before COVID. And I remember going and giving talks at universities and talking to school teachers. And they weren't really sure why digital literacy mattered so much because they saw each other in classes, right? And not all of those schools, even at some of the universities, were fully supportive of digital technologies. And digital technologies felt like something that you did for fun, or you did for a grab car, or you maybe WhatsApped and chatted with your friends and followed up on assignments, but it wasn't really that important, and it wasn't seen so much as a site for learning. However, some really influential new literacy scholars argue that the internet, the notion that we can communicate, that you and I are communicating as we are right now, whether you're seeing me on Zoom live when I'm in the US and you're in Indonesia, or maybe you're watching on YouTube, adding another layer of technology, that this technology has been adopted by so many people in so many places, and it happened so quickly and had such profound consequences. Years ago, this exchange we are having right now wouldn't have even been possible in the same way. And now I can speak to, hundreds of you from all the way across the globe. And then this happened, right? And once coronavirus happened, suddenly I don't need to make the argument for why we have to pay attention to technology, because COVID's impact on education meant that, 192 of the world's countries, and I think there are only 190 something, but countrywide school closures, especially back in April of last year when it was at its peak of disruption. 1.5 billion learners, or 90% of the total enrolled students, were out of school suddenly, and we needed to shift very rapidly. So gone were the classroom experiences like the one I was able to have when I was in Central Java, working side by side with students. Now that's slowly starting to come back, but instead, this was how I taught my class and how I advised my doctoral students last year. It was all on Zoom. And here we see two of my Indonesian students pictured. Both of these gentlemen were starting their first year of doctoral studies from Indonesia, one in Maluku and one in Jakarta, and starting their programs from afar. So the question is no longer why should we focus on digital literacy? The question is now, how should we be thinking about, and I say digital literacies, where they are plural. And let me explain to you what I mean. So the Indonesian government, the Ministry of Education and Culture, in January of 2020, released some of these infographics about literacy. And I believe they had 7 different literacies. And this was literacy number 5, digital literacy. And if you read what the ministry is saying and how they're explaining it, they do acknowledge that this is very important, that this is a vital skill, right? But the way that they're talking about it is that it's the information that comes in to a person, and arguing that digital literacy is about filtering that information. They also characterize the information as unstoppable, meaning that the user, this youth, almost has no control, like it's just coming at them and they have to figure out what to do. And in that case, it can feel very overwhelming. It can feel very one-directional. And what we know about literacy is that it's much more multiple, and it is much more active and productive. So there used to be a very influential way of thinking about literacy, and this is sometimes still reflected in our pedagogy and in our instruction, that literacy was seen as a set of discrete skills that can be learned independent of context. And it was a very Western idea of literacy, meaning that the way that you read one thing, you read a book the same way you read poetry, you read for learning the same way as you read for pleasure, you write letters to your children in the same way that you write papers for school, and that it didn't matter. Writing was writing and reading was reading, right? However, Brian Street, after doing some research in different cultures and paying attention to the literacy practices in markets, for example, Iranian markets, I believe it was, argued for a more ideological model, that literacy practices, they are particular ways of thinking about and doing reading, writing in cultural contexts. And those cultural contexts matter. And it matters that I'm giving this presentation to an Indonesian audience because I'm trying to connect with that cultural context, and I'll use examples that are more relevant for you than I would if I were giving the same presentation to a group of American teachers, because it is ideological, and our ways of thinking about how we do reading and writing change depending on our context. So let me show you again another example and ask you, what do your own literacies look like? If you're reading a textbook, if you're a kid working through a textbook, you're going to engage with that differently than if you're scrolling on your phone and looking at local news, right? And those literacy practices that you engage in and how you do that is going to be different. It's even more different if we take social media into account and how we engage on WhatsApp versus how we create TikTok videos, right? All of this is very contextualized. I also think that literacies are very relevant to one's identity. And a scholar who I worked with, Dr. James G., put forth this theory of discourses. And he describes those as socially recognized ways of using words or any other semiotic code, whether they be images, sounds. But it also includes ways of behaving, interacting, valuing, thinking, believing, and speaking. Right now, I'm engaging in a discourse of conference presentation to a post-secondary audience that includes both instructors, lecturers, and students, and thinking about the fact that you're all interested in language and language teaching if you are here at this conference. And so trying to connect with you based on those ideas, and there are some ways of being that you expect. It's expected that I have a PowerPoint. That's part of the discourse of doing these. It's expected that I try to make examples. It's expected. We had the discourse of the conference that started out. It's expected that there's a welcome from the rector or somebody. It's expected that there's prayer or some thankfulness. And the way a conference starts there in Indonesia is very different from the way a conference would start here in the US, because it is very socially recognized. If we didn't start this conference this way, some of you would wonder what was wrong, right? And I remember my first experience of an Indonesian conference as one example. it felt very unfamiliar to me because it wasn't starting the way that I socially recognized, but I was in a different cultural context. Goffman also argues that language, it's not just the message that you give off, but language is also a symptom of one's identity. It's how one participates in social life. You are constructing who you are as you read, as you engage online. So literacies and identities come together. Back to those influential new literacy scholars that I quoted from about the consequences of digital technology. In particular, what I think is really important for us to remember is that these new literacy practices, the practices that are required when we have to use our handphones to engage, the practices that we're using here as you maybe take notes, put questions in the chat, watch my thing, maybe look up words you see me saying or look up sources because they're somewhat unfamiliar. All of this is central to our full participation in our world community because these literacies are happening. If we want to be a part of it, we have to engage. They're also very multiple, multimodal, and multifaceted. Images, sounds, changing constantly as new technologies crop up. TikTok became very popular when I was just coming to Indonesia, but a year or two from now, it'll be something different and we'll all have to start learning that one too, right? So back to Tierney, who inspires Pooji and I in our global meaning making. Important to this theory of thinking about people as global meaning makers is when they are engaging with their technology and with their literacy practice, they are cultural players who have the license. They get to make meaning that is informed by and fused with the meaning of others. Everything that we do is in reaction to and recognition of the others. If we want to be understood, if we want to make meaning, even if you're writing a paper on your own, even if it's a journal and you're writing it not necessarily for an audience other than yourself, you might pull in voices of other people, other conversations. It's fused with these meanings of others. And global meaning makers are very agentic. So whereas the infographic, the definition and the information from the ministry about digital literacy was very much about kind of receiving information and figuring out what to do it. What Tierney argues for is that we need to replace those forms of reading with more active, collective, critical, cross-border, line stepping, interrogative, widely intertextual, that it goes, we are constantly pulling different things together and engaging in these adaptive engagements. That literacy is not about completing the blank on a form or filling in your textbook or copying paragraphs or reciting only, that it is about one making their own meaning. So I want to tell you about the study that Dr. Astuti and I did. We learned from Indonesian global meaning makers. We conducted a mixed method study answering a very broad question because we wanted to know what are the digital literacy practices of secondary students in Central Java? What do they do? What matters to them? And how do they use it? And it's important to note that we start with the students' perspectives. There wasn't a lot of research before I proposed my project. There wasn't a lot of research about what young people do with technology other than classroom-based interactions where technology was very much assessment-based. It was used as an assessment tool, or technology was something that you might have to learn, the kids in our study told us that you needed to use, learn hardware, software, and brainware, that there's kind of a history of technology that gets taught. But we wanted to know, how do they authentically use these technologies? And then how could we take what they told us and bring it into classroom spaces in Indonesia and help inform what's happening there? So our research design is we did an exploratory case study, like I said, using mixed methods. We aimed to build knowledge about how, when, where, by what means, and for what purposes Indonesian young people engage with ICTs. We had 618 participants in our study. They came from 4 different schools in the region. 7 different schools. It was 3 junior high schools and 4 senior high schools. You can see the distribution across grades. Our data collection, we had an initial focus group discussion with a small group of 6th grade students, grade 6 students, to tell us whether or not our questions made sense. And it was in that conversation with those young people that I learned about TikTok. I hadn't heard of it before then, but apparently it was important. And we then designed our survey instrument to learn from many more students. And then we went back after doing some initial data analysis, and we had a focus group discussion at each of the 7 schools with some of the participants to ask some follow-up questions. Pooji and I and some of the researchers working with me in Rochester are engaged in what's known as abductive analysis, where we begin with what is surprising in the data. And I found this really important place to start, especially for cross-cultural research, because I think the surprises, whether it surprised Pooji or it surprised me, were important to pay attention to. So for example, of the 618 students, 600 had their own handphone and access to their own handphone. And that surprised Pooji because her daughter, who was of a similar age as our participants, did not have her own. So seeing the broader perspective was one surprise. And so what Tavery and Timmermans argue for is that these unanticipated and surprising observations become strategic in the work that we do. And it is because they depend on us being theoretically informed and kind of sensitized to what we're seeing. And we can recognize the potential of any of these surprises for our broader researching community. We then go through this process where we are defamiliarizing and then re-theorizing, and we trace what is known as semiotic chains of meaning. So when we find a surprise, we then have to go back and trace it, like, who else said this? Where might this come from? So first surprise in our data had to do with hoaxes. We didn't ask the young people about hoaxes, but we got some data we could not ignore. When we asked the students what they liked least about technology, 28% of them mentioned hoaxes in their own qualitative survey responses, so where they had to do the write-in themselves. And it was interesting to me, and you can see the students' own words, whether they had the option to respond in Bahasa Indonesia or in English. So sometimes they blamed the technology. They talked about the sites being the ones that spread hoax or cause cyber crimes. But sometimes they laid the blame, as you see here with this young man, on the users. So the users who use social media to spread hoax or body shame, racism, that kind of thing. They were very concerned, especially given how important norms and collectivism is in Indonesia. They were worried about how hoaxes might threaten the unity of Indonesia, and that this was a concern that these young people were paying attention to. And they didn't like when certain content got spread on social media that would break the norms of what society there expected. When we dug deeper about hoaxes in our focus groups, we asked our high school age young people in particular how they combat hoaxes, what they think. And here is where I argue to you that these young people were agentic. They had their own agency, they were very critical, and they had practices to help combat these things. So Izen said to us, there's very little interest in finding information, and hoaxes rely on just being spread, so that what we really need to do is you have to overcome it yourself first anyway. You have to look deeper into the information so that you don't get led by whatever opinion comes to you. And Winky had a very sophisticated plan for what she does. Is she likes to, when she gets a news story or something that looks suspicious to her, or that comes up, she likes to go explore Google and use lots of different news before she comments. Make sure she reads everything. I have to read everything. And we were talking to Winky and these other students in February of 2020. So right as coronavirus was starting to spread. And she in particular talked to us about how she was starting to see these rumors and hoaxes spread about the virus, who was causing it, and whether or not it was actually real. And she was definitely paying attention to that and being more critical. Our second surprise, when we talked to the students about what they were learning with technology and how they were using it in schools, they want more from the teachers. They want more from the curriculum. They want more. And here's what they had to say. When we talked about what they do learn, they again supported what research I was able to find before my trip, that schools used technology at that time mostly for assessment. Now, of course, schools are starting to use it more for delivering instruction. Our students also told us that they learn about theory, hardware, and the Microsoft Office programs in school. So there is a little bit of production and how to use different programs. What they want to learn, they want to learn how to code. They want to do video production. They want to make things with technology. We also had one young person say, I want to know how technology can increase someone's talents or ability. So as Indonesia continues to try to strive for this like human development and its place in economic and global markets, young people are wanting to take their own talents and learn how technology can help them. So we see a mismatch. And if I pull back some of the language that tyranny reminds us of that we need to move away from, they get taught in passive, restrictive, or repressive ways sometimes, and they want more active, empowering, and creative technology classes. So as I close this morning, I want to leave you with some questions to think about, and that I hope we can talk more about in the chat after the next presenter. So as you're thinking about your lessons, and this is for the docents and the students here, how are you using technologies in ways that open up possibilities for learning, that encourages the production rather than consumption of knowledge? How are you letting your students, even there at the university, produce knowledge, not just consume knowledge that already exists? How do you give them chances to make things? How is your use of digital literacy encouraging learners to develop empowering identities? those identities that contribute to their well-being, not only of themselves, but these students were very concerned about Indonesian society, right? They understand the greater good. So how might we encourage them to use their technology for more collectivist, empowering purposes? And then lastly, how can you seize the opportunity of this COVID disruption where you had to be more familiar with technology or else you didn't have a choice in the last 18 months, right? So how can you now take what you've learned and transform the digital literacy and language teaching in ways that engage more with this global meaning-making perspective, global connectedness, multimodality, literacies and identity, literacies as way of being, recognition that the way we engage in literacy is different across contexts, and that matters. So I thank you for your time and attention. It's a pleasure to speak with you. I look forward to following up on the chats. And like I said, I will share the article in the chat as well, now that I have concluded. Please do take down my contact information. I'm very happy to connect going forward. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih sekali, Dr. Jane. Thank you very much for this insightful. Let's give big applause to Dr. Jane. Show your responses, your reactions to appreciate Dr. Jane, very insightful. There is one thing that I learned from you, and this is very new for me about global meaning makers. That is a statement which I really like. It requires us to replace the passive ideas about literacy with more active, critical, and productive notions of what digital meaning making could be. Very interesting and very insightful. But I also have one question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
This is my curiosity.
Sure.
Do you speak Japanese?
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I only learned a little bit of Bahasa Indonesia while I was there. And unfortunately, the pandemic has made it so that I am disconnected from that language. But I hope to get it back a little bit when I return.
Oh, that's great. Yes, we are looking forward to your coming in. All right, and very beautiful batik. Thank you for wearing that. Very nice. All right.
Thank you. Okay. It was a gift while I was there.
Oh, okay. All right. So next time, shop yourself. Right. All right. So thank you, Dr. Jane. And there have been some questions in the Zoom chat, but let's just keep them for the last session of this plenary session. So let's now come to the next presenter. I think that Dr. Willie has been here since the beginning. So good morning or good afternoon, Dr. Willie.
Morning.
Dr. Okay,
yes.
There you are.
Very good morning here.
Very good morning here. Thank you. So, all right. So let me just, please allow me to introduce Dr. Renandia. I'm sure that many of us have been familiar with this popular face and talk. But anyway, just let me introduce Dr. Renandia briefly. All right, okay, so I will just read it very briefly about Dr. Renandia, about his biography. So Dr. Willie Renandia is a principal lecturer at the English Language and Literature Department, National Institute of Education, Singapore. Prior to his current position, he taught at CNEL RELC Singapore, where he also served as head of the Department of Language Education and Research. He has taught in many parts of Asia, including Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, a very broad worldwide level here. He is a frequent speaker at language conferences in the Asian region. He holds an MA in TESOL and a PhD in educational psychology. His teaching and research interests include second and foreign language pedagogy, extensive reading, language testing, and curriculum development. So very interesting, field. He has published research articles in various journals, authored in the SL textbook, as well as edited numerous books and anthologies. So I would like now, just want to share a little bit of his latest publication. Is that all right, Dr. Willy?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so only 3 here, but I believe, I don't know how many exactly.
300.
Oh my goodness! All right, so I would not be able to present.
No, I was kidding. I was kidding. I don't have 300.
Oh, I thought it's true.
No.
No, all right.
But
so
Jane probably has 300 publications, not me.
Oh yeah, let's cross check later, Dr. Willy. Yeah. So the last 3 here is motivation in the language classroom, simple, powerful strategies for student-centered learning. And the last one here is English language teaching today, linking theory and practice. All right, so today, Dr. Willy Renandia would like to share an idea, a thought entitled, What Makes a Great 21st Century Language Teacher? Very excellent idea here, very excellent topic. Let me stop share. So, Dr. Willy Renandia, I think that this is the time for you to present. And audience, dear participant, let's welcome Dr. Willy Renandia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. Are you still there, Jane? I'm going to give you some examples of Javanese, the Javanese language that I picked up when I was in Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Sugeng Enjang, Kaparipun, Kadosundi, that's basic greetings in Javanese. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be here. I think Ibu Cecilia forgot to mention that I did my first degree at Sanata Dharma University, but many years ago it was called IKIP Sanata Dharma, which is a teachers' college. Back then, one of the best in Indonesia. It still is the best in one of the best universities, institutions in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be here, but let me just share 1 or 2 things about my university again, so that you get to know a little bit more about my university. The official name is Nanyang Technological University. And what is important for you in the audience is that this is one of the approved LPDP universities. In other words, if you want to do your graduate studies overseas, all expenses paid for by the government of Indonesia, you know where to go. Yeah, Singapore is just a stone throw away from Jakarta or from many other parts of Indonesia. If you want to do your master's or your PhD, do consider coming to us. I belong to the School of Education, Fakultas Pendidikan, and locally is known as the National Institute of Education. This is the only Faculty of Education in Singapore, and that's why it's the best. Everyone who wants to be a teacher in Singapore, they have to come to us. They have to study with us, maybe for 3 years, maybe 4 years before they can join the teaching profession in Singapore. We offer a wide range of courses, MA in Applied Linguistics, and also doctoral programs in Applied Linguistics. I'm really hoping that some of you will consider coming and joining me in Singapore. Ibu Laksmita Anandari has been thinking for so many years. I'm just waiting to welcome her to come to my university. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of my presentation is this: What makes a great 21st century language teacher? I think you know the answer already, because Jane spent a lot of time talking about digital literacy, but that is one of the many things that we need to learn in order to become a better, a great language teacher. I'm going to begin by more or less summarizing or answering this question myself, so that you don't have to wait too long. My title of my presentation is a question, and this is the answer to that question. A short answer is this: if you want to be a great 21st century teacher, you need to do this. You need to embrace change, because change is happening really, really fast today. If you refuse to change, if you take your time, your sweet time to change, I think you'll be left behind. Many of you were born in the 20th century. I was born in the 20th century as well, many, many months ago, or many years ago. But I am one of those people who keep challenging myself, who wants to continue to change in order to become a better educator, in order to become a better language teacher, and also language teacher educator. Ladies and gentlemen, change is going to be here with us to stay for many, many years to come. Change is hard at first, but it's also messy in the middle. But at the end of the day, change is something that is wonderful, because it will help you become the best that you can be. Let me underline that: the best that you can be. You don't have to be better than other people, but at least you can become better than you were the day before, better than than you were the week before, and better than you were the year before. So my whole presentation basically is about change. And throughout my presentation, I would like us together to ask this question and to try to answer these questions together. Are you a 21st century language teacher? Are you professionally competent as a language teacher? Are you a reflective teacher? That's point number 2 that I want to share with you. And number 3, are you a student-centered educator? Number 4, this is very much coming from Professor Jane Lammer's presentation. Are you digitally savvy? Maybe the answer is not yet, but are you willing to change? Are you willing to learn to become more savvy in the future? The next one, extremely important: are you a continuous learner? Are you a lifelong learner? If the answer is no, not yet, then it's about time that we embrace the idea of change, embrace the idea that lifelong learning is something that we will have to do, as long as we are an educator, as long as we are somebody who is professionally, working in the area of education. And the last one is gritty. This is one big word that I have learned recently. One word that keeps me going. One word and one idea that has helped me to understand what it means to be spending time, to be putting in more effort in my professional development as a teacher and also as a language teacher educator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the first one. The first one is pretty straightforward. It's about professional competence. In any field with the word profession, I think the expectations is that we need to have at least 2 things: specialized knowledge and also specialized skills in whatever area that we are doing. If you want to be a medical doctor, for example, you need to have a specialized knowledge in understanding the human body, for example, the different parts of human body. But that's not enough. You also need to know, or to be able to have the required skills to diagnose problems, medical problems, to offer, a range of treatments to your patients and things like that. In the same way in language teaching, we also need to keep on improving our knowledge, which most of us acquired when we did our pre-service training, but continually we need to continue to improve on our specialized knowledge and skills in the area of English language teaching, and more particularly in the area of foreign or second language teaching. There's one thing that is extremely important these days, in particular in the 21st century, that's about values. And earlier today, I had a chance to have a very brief conversation with Pak Marcus and then also Mega and some other people about the values that people in Sanata Dharma hold dear. And those values include, Pak Kons, remember, what are those values? Those values include being dedicated. What else, Pak Marcus? Pak Cons, anything else? That your job as a teacher is not just to teach a set of knowledge and skills, but also to produce graduates who are smart, cerdas. What is the other one? Cerdas and
Humanis.
and yes,
Humanistic.
yes,
Humanis.
cerdas and humanis. So these are values that you will need to instill in your students, whether you are language teacher educators or whether you are just you are a language teacher in the classroom. Let me share with you the core values that we all hold dear in my university, in my school of education, and these are some of them. Yeah, teacher educators and teachers in training are expected to embrace all these values during their studies and also after they have started their career in schools. Integrity, professionalism, collegiality, diversity. That's a big word these days in education in any kind of profession. And the last one, again, is the theme of my presentation today, embracing change. Yeah. Now let me go a little bit further and focus more on the kind of competencies that English language teachers need to have. Yeah. So professionally competent language teachers must at least have these 4 areas of competencies, and they should also be willing to continue to upgrade, to upskill, and to further develop their specialized knowledge in these areas. The language part, the content, the pedagogy, and an increasingly deeper understanding of the context in which they are teaching. Let me just explain very briefly what each one of these means. In terms of language, if you are training to become a teacher, an English language teacher, I would think that you will need to have a very clear target in terms of your level of proficiency. In other words, before you graduate from your teacher, training courses, the expectation now is for language teachers or English language teachers to achieve at least B2 on the CFR level. If possible, C1. Now that is very important, yeah? What about language teacher educators like you and me? Is B2 enough? No. I think we also need to get at least a C1 level of proficiency, or if possible, C2. I know that many of you in the audience from Sanata Dharma, I think your level is like C2. C2 is like IELTS 8 or 9. C1 is about 7. Now, this is very important to be considered professionally competent. Now, if you want to become an English language teacher in Hong Kong, for example, you can't just, complete your studies in a teacher education university and then start teaching. You can't, because you need to go through another step. You need to be certified, and in order to do that, in order to pass the test, you will need to show evidence of your knowledge of the English language, your proficiency, and also your ability to teach the skill as well. The minimum requirement for a new English language teacher is somewhere in the ballpark of C1 or IELTS 7. If you fall below that, I think you will have to continue learning until you are able to get there. Now, this is also happening in many, many other countries in the region, including Thailand, China, and then Vietnam and other places. Teachers are currently being retrained in terms of their English language proficiency so that they can all get to the desired level of proficiency, so that they can truly be considered a professional teacher. Now, in terms of knowledge, I think you are all well aware, and these are basically some of the most important areas in terms of content, in terms of what you teach, as a language teacher. You need to be familiar with the system, the sound system of the language, the lexical system of the language, the syntax, the grammatical system of the language, and also, becoming very knowledgeable about the various skills that are the focus of instruction in the curriculum or in your school: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So the question we need to be asking continuously is, am I knowledgeable in these areas? Am I still holding on the old ideas about how reading should be taught, how writing should be taught, how speaking should be taught? Am I doing something that is truly, truly supportive, that is truly, truly useful for my students' language development? And of course, the pedagogical skills, follow, right after your knowledge of the content. Knowing the content is one thing, but being able to actually implement the ideas with the right pedagogical skills in the classroom is another important consideration. So content, language, and pedagogy. The last one, this is very, very important because we know that there is no one single way of teaching that is applicable globally in different places in the world. Not like in the old days where people tended to use one single method to address the different needs of the students learning in different situations, in different contexts. Now we become more aware that context is so, so important. It's nothing like a neutral method. Method of teaching is always embedded in a very particular context and culture. And I think we know that, the moment you find yourself teaching in a school, then you need to understand the social cultural context of English language teaching in that particular school. You should also understand the kind of learning resources that are available. And in many places in Indonesia that are not available, basically. So you need to find ways of making these resources available using more innovative means. Number one is done. Professional competence, basically, yeah? So the key message again is, yes, we know all these things are important, but the way forward is, how can I further improve on my professionalism as a teacher? I think this is something that is extremely important. Yeah? Continue learning, upgrading ourselves until eventually we are able to satisfy the desired professional standards of our field. In this case, is either language teaching or language teacher education. Number two, it's not a brand new idea. This idea has been around for many, many years, but the question is whether and to what extent we have been doing this. We have been doing a lot of reflection. We have been doing a lot of thinking about what we did before and whether or not we've been able to learn from our experience. A wise man says many years ago that experience is important. If you have 10 years of experience, that is very, very important. But more important than that is this: what you do with it is even more important. Because 10 years of experience can be the same experience repeated 10 times over a 10-year period. Betul ya, Pak, ya? And that is experience, not a bad thing, but it's not very, very meaningful to you. It has to be something that you actually reflect upon, something that helps you learn from your experience, something that will help you to do a better job next time. So what you do is even more important. What you do with that experience is even more important. Now, here is a quote that I like very much, and I think we should all try to remember this together. This is the essence of constructivism. The big word is constructivism. Yeah, in a very simple language, this is what constructivism is all about. Learning is a continuing process of constructing, deconstructing, and reconstructing of experience. It's a mouthful, I know, but the key word here is a continuing process. It's a never-ending process. Yeah, looking back, looking forward, continuously. Do you know who said this? Here's a quiz for you. Mita, who said this? Do you remember? I did. I just said this.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but
no, it's not me. It's not my language. It's not my words. It's not my idea. Who said this? This guy. I think I think you know this guy. I mean, he was one of the most influential language philosopher or education philosopher, if you like. And that's what he said. Yes, people, yes, colleagues, experience is important, but more important than that, if you want to move ahead, if you want to learn more from your experience, then you have to look at it very carefully. You have to do it, you have to sit down, you have to reflect upon your experiences. So, reflective teaching basically is about this, about looking back regularly. Tidak untuk disesali, looking back with a very positive outlook about what you did. Don't be too critical about yourself, but looking back, you still have to do. In order for you to look forward, in order for you to be able to move forward, to become a better teacher, to do a better job, to do a much more effective lesson next week or the week after. And for you to do this, you need tools. We need tools, either the usual traditional tools like writing a journal, a teaching journal, or keeping a diary of your teaching experiences. Or today, if you want to use technology, use video. Yeah, video record your lesson, and then you look at it after that. But make sure when you look at the video, make sure that you are in a good mood. Otherwise, you will be blaming yourself. Why did I do that? I did not really mean that. What was it I was thinking in that lesson? Yeah. But a video recording will prove to be very, very useful. And then you can look at the video yourself, alone, in private. But if you want to learn more from your own video, get somebody else to look at your video. And I'm sure you'll be able to learn a lot more. I know it's very difficult for you to hear other people's comments, especially when the comments are not very positive. But I think we know, deep in our heart, good comments are the kind of comments that are friendly but critical. Yeah, comments from our peers that are friendly but very, very critical, because that is how we learn. That is how we can learn from what we did, from what happened in our lesson the day before or the week before. Here are 10 ideas. You can take a photo of this, and then but later I'm going to give you the PowerPoint slides of my presentation today. A lot of things that you can do. Now, these are just some simple, practical tips of what you need to do. Things that will help you to reflect on your experience so that you can think about it. You can analyze your own experience so that you can become better. But the key point here is think positive. Yeah, if you do it positively, I think changes become much, much easier for us to engage in. And don't forget, in addition to asking your friends for comments, also ask your students. Yeah, ask your students to give you honest comments. I know students always say nice things about you, but if you really, really try to get them to be honest with you, I think they will be able to give you very, very honest feedback about the way we teach and about the kind of things that we can do better in the future. Number three is about this, big approach that teachers will have to adopt. If not now, I hope in the future, and not too far away future, but in a very, very near future. We have to adopt this approach to education, this approach to teaching known as student-centered teaching. If you do this, there's a good chance that you'll be able to engage your students. Now, the word engagement is extremely, extremely important. And some people have suggested that engagement is the holy grail of learning. Without engagement, the students will learn something, and probably at a very superficial level, but the kind of learning that happens is not likely to be deep and lasting. Engagement is the key to learning. What I mean here is student engagement. Question to you. Question to Ibu Moderator, Ibu Cecilia. Are your students fully engaged in the classroom? The answer is yes, no, maybe. It's very easy. Choose one. Yes, no, maybe.
I can't think.
Can't
Maybe.
think.
But that's the safest answer, maybe.
Yes. Yes, Bapak Ibu sekalian, this is the kind of questions that we need to keep asking ourselves. When you are teaching, or even after you finish teaching, you need to keep asking, are my students engaged? Mentally, emotionally, and also socially. Now, these are three major considerations when you try to engage your students. There is some research that have, sort of examined what makes an effective literacy teacher. So this group of researchers then went out and observed lessons conducted by a group of efficient, very, very good literacy teachers. And you'll be surprised at the finding. The finding is that, well, these people actually did things in the same way as many other teachers. But what is different is their ability to engage their students. They are able to apply what has been called the 90% rule of engagement. What it means is that when 90% of your students are engaged, 90% of the time, then you can call yourself, yay, I am an effective teacher. How about that? So that will be the standard that you want to set yourself, in order to measure teaching effectiveness in the classroom. 90-90 rule of engagement. I know it's not very easy to get a 90-90, rule, but, first try maybe 70%, and then keep increasing until you get to 90%. 100%? Possible? Yes, if you pray very hard, yes. It can happen. Student-centered learning, as I said early on, is about us paying more attention to our students' needs, to our students' holistic needs. And I mentioned briefly earlier on that students in the classroom need to be effectively engaged. They need to feel excited. They need to feel relaxed. They need to feel emotionally safe in your classroom. Excited, curious, interested, and all that. They also need to be cognitively engaged. That the kind of thinking that they can, express and share with the other people in the classroom is guaranteed by the teacher. Kinesthetic as well. I know that when we deal with adult students, we tend to think that they don't need to use their hands, or they don't need to, to be speaking or to be debating things in the classroom. But research actually shows that, children as well as older adults enjoy being kinesthetically engaged as well. Kinesthetic means doing things in the classroom. Something that is hands-on is always good. And social engagement is also very, very important. Putting students in groups, making sure that students feel that they can learn from, they can work with their peers in the classroom, and they can get a lot of support from the teachers as well. So the social context of learning is going to be very, very important as well. And that is what student-centered learning is all about. It's basically about what the students feel in the classroom, what they think in the classroom, whether you provide the opportunities for the students to do all this wonderful feeling and wonderful thinking, and also the kind of things that they can do in the classroom. You need to include all this in order for you to be able to engage your students. For many years, I've been trying to sort of summarize, some of the most important ideas that we can do, the teachers can do, to engage our students in the classroom, to help the students to become more motivated in our lessons. The 6 T's of engagement, or the 6 T's of motivation. The starting point is the one in the middle, T1. I think that is the most important source of motivation. The moment you walk into the classroom, the teachers or the students may feel happy, or the students may already feel frustrated. Oh, not again, that person again teaching me. So the first, T that we need to pay attention to is you. How good are you in terms of relating to your students? Because teaching is about relationship. Teaching is about building, connecting with the people that you are teaching in the classroom. If that feeling of close relationship is not there, then you have already lost the battle, because the students will find it really difficult to do anything else. The other 5 T's are things that I've been thinking about very carefully, and the other 5 T's are things that are within your control, within our control. So we can make changes to these T's, which I'm going to explain to you very briefly. But let me just give you an example of the kind of things that we are not able to change. For example, the gender balance in the classroom. I know that female students tend to work harder, tend to be more diligent. But, you can't really change, the gender of your students. If you happen to have all male students, then you have to do, you have to make do with it. Yeah, class size is something that you cannot change. You can if you want to try really, really hard. But most, schools will say, no, 50 is what you have in the classroom. You can't change that. But the 5 T's here that I'm going to share with you are things that we can make important changes. The first one is our teaching method. We can change. We can adopt a more effective ways of delivering our lesson in the classroom. Yeah. And I think if you look at the internet, you'll be able to find a lot of different ways that we have not even thought about before. And these ways of teaching may be very, very interesting for our students. Number 2 is the text, the teaching materials. Ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of interesting materials, let me say that again very carefully. In the absence of interesting and relevant materials, nothing much is possible in the classroom. So try to make sure that the materials that you're using are relevant and also interesting. The same thing about the task. I think you need to think about the task that makes students feel curious, but at the same time engages the students cognitively, thinking, exploring, hypothesizing, summarizing, synthesizing, all these wonderful thinking things. The next one is the test. This is a bugbear, and the test is just a bit difficult for most people to make changes. But the thinking these days is not for us to look at tests as, as the kind of test that we give at the end of the semester, not summative tests. But nowadays, people are thinking in terms of formative assessment, assessment for learning, and not just assessment of learning. And even another dimension of assessment these days is known as assessment as learning, assessment as a tool to help the students to become more aware, to help the students to reflect on where they are in relation to where they want to go. Yeah. So the world again has changed, and we need to change also. It's not the kind of test that we used to know. And the last one is technology. And these days, we simply have to use technology, not just for the sake of using technology, but using technology in a way that is supported, that is grounded in a very strong pedagogical consideration. And without that, technology is just technology. It's not going to make any important changes in the kind of learning that the students do in the classroom. Am I still okay, Ibu, in terms of time? Yeah? Another 2 hours, okay, yeah? Okay.
Oh, that can
yes,
be...
number 4. number 4 is digital. Are you digitally... 10 minutes, yeah? Around
10 minutes, yes, yeah. Exactly. Thank you.
Number 4, I'm almost done. Number 4 is digital literacy. Are you digitally savvy? The answer is probably not yet. Please don't say no, but the answer is not yet. There's a big difference between saying no and not yet. Not yet means you are now thinking very carefully and seriously about improving your skills in the area of digital literacy, something that you really, really have to, to develop. Whether you like it or not, the world is going to be very much influenced by these huge and massive technological advances. I remember reading a book. I think I need to mention this book to you because that book really gives me a brand new idea about what technology is going to have an effect, major effect on our life. And the name of that book is 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. Wonderful, wonderful book that every language educator, every educator actually has to read. 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. If you are good with Google, I think you may be able to download the book for free. But please don't tell people that I'm telling you this, okay? Basically, there are 4 areas that I can think about. Number one is you need to be familiar with the kind of tools that will help you in your job as a teacher, as an educator, add tools. Number 2, technology for communication and also for collaboration. And the next one is curating information. I think Jane mentioned this a lot. It's not about reading on screen, but it is about screening what you see on screen. Screening, selecting, identifying and evaluating what is there on your screen. And finally, another important knowledge and skill is how you can manage information. So very briefly, in terms of tech tools, I'm going to be very practical now. In terms of tech tools, I think you need, as a language teacher, you probably need about 10. Fewer than 10 is okay. But if you know only 1 or 2, that's not good enough. Roughly about 10. And these are some of the tools that I am familiar with. The kind of tools that is extremely useful for teaching purposes, whether you teach language or whether you teach other subject areas, these tools are very, very useful. I'm sure you have seen this before. What is good about these tools? Number 1, they are easy to use. And number 2, number 2, they are free. Isn't that good news? Easy to use and they are free. And that is very important, easy for us to learn and easy for the students to learn as well. So that in the classroom, you don't spend a lot of time, trying to work out the technical details of the application. Now, in terms of communication and collaboration, these days, everything is digital. And that allows you to share information, to exchange ideas, and also to collaborate. And that is extremely an important skill. Yeah. One word that I've learned in the past few months is transmedia literacy. The ability to move from one media to another media with greater ease and greater competence. Because writing using the usual media is very different from communicating using, social media, for example, or putting your lesson on YouTube, for example, is going to be different from, doing something else, which is not related to learning or education. I would like to highlight this. This little guy is going to be extremely important in the future because things are going to be video-based. Look at the business world. I think they have moved very fast into video-based business commercials and advertisement. Everything is video-based. And more important than that, information now is presented through videos in a very, very short duration, like TikTok, for example, very short. Yeah. And now there are millions of TikTok out there and also video materials on YouTube. So the message that I want to get across is be ready to learn how to use videos in your teaching. That is the future, whether we like it or not. Yeah. Still, PowerPoint slide is okay, but I think increasingly we'll be using a lot of videos. And I'm learning a lot in terms of how I can produce materials using videos. So in the future, your lessons will have to be video-based, your syllabus will have to be video-based, everything will have to be video-based. Next one, just very briefly, curating information. That is an extremely important skill that you need and also your students need very, very urgently. How to screen information, how to find information, how to select information, and and finally, how to evaluate information, whether the information is credible, reliable, from good sources, and things like that. Yeah. And finally, look at the big word there, info obesity. When I was a student, like 30 years ago, information was very, very limited. There was a lot of information out there in the world, but most of this information was not accessible. But today, information from anywhere in the world is available and accessible. So we tend now to have more information that we need. That's good news and bad news, yeah? The good news is now information is freely available. Yeah, but the not so good news is this: we need to learn how to manage this huge, massive body of information that is freely available. If you don't know how to manage this information, you will end up being obese, information-wise. So you need to know how to prioritize what information is useful and not useful, and where do you want to keep this, huge body of information in your mobile gadget, in your computer laptop, on the clouds, and things like that. And then the problem of retrieval as well. I have a lot of information these days, and my problem is not storage, my problem is retrieval. Even what I had yesterday in my computer, I may have already forgotten. So I need to continue to learn how to manage this huge body of information that I'm collecting at the moment. 2 more to go. Cecilia, I know I'm a bit ambitious, although I've tried to only share only 6 ideas, but it turns out that these are very, very interesting to share with you. Number 5 is lifelong learning. Yeah, I've been saying this since the beginning of my presentation. If we want to change, this is your best bet. The best thing for you to do in order to change is to continue learning, to become a continuous learner. Now, here is something. Good news for us, actually. Look at this. Lifelong learning is good for your health. Oh, look at that. It's good for your health. It's good for your wealth as well. You won't become a millionaire, no. Teachers are not very much into money, but I think with more information, more knowledge, with more skill, I think you are more marketable. I think you can easily find a job, in many different parts of the world. And also your personal, social, and professional development. So lifelong learning is a good thing. Yeah, that's according to Harvard Review. In my university, the philosophy for lifelong learning is conceptualized like this. Lifelong learning is learning forever, basically. But what do we do along the way, from now to, I don't know when? I think there are things that we can do. We can deepen our learning, deep learning. Yeah. For Cecilia, if you specialize in grammar, then you can deepen your knowledge in that area. Ibu Henny, if your area is creative writing or creative teaching, you can further deepen your knowledge, your skill in that area. More important than that, or maybe equally important, is life-wide learning. Please, people, our discipline, our profession as language teaching profession is not in a silo. I think we learn a lot from other fields, other disciplines. Please open up your horizon. A lot of things that we can learn from the world, basically, from psychology, from education, from business, from many other areas of disciplines. And finally, yeah, lifelong is important, life deep is important, life-wide learning is important, but the ultimate goal of our journey towards lifelong learning is this. Yeah, the ultimate goal is life-wise learning, the ability to make good judgment in terms of what is good for you and what is good for the community. You may have heard about this. I just want to reiterate that this is true. Maybe not so true in the last century or in the century before, but today, with so much information and with so much new knowledge being generated, I think we need to be willing to have this important attitude that learning is forever. We need to continue to learn. We need to relearn what we have learned before. And more importantly, I think we need to unlearn, to be willing to unlearn what we learned before. Surprise, surprise, many of the things that I learned before was only partially correct. And some of them were completely wrong, actually. So we have to admit and be willing to, to continue learning, to learn, to relearn, and also to unlearn. This is number 6, the last one. Ladies and gentlemen, the word is grit. The word is gritty. When I first saw the word, I looked it up in the dictionary almost immediately, because this is the word that I did not use very often, that I wasn't very, very familiar with. Now, grit is a word that was introduced by this psychologist, Angela Duckworth. And she wrote a book, and she did a beautiful, beautiful presentation on TED, on TED Talk. And the title is Grit. And this is basically what she said in her book, based on her years and years of research into the factors that contribute to success. Success in anything, success in learning, success in your career, success in your business, whatever. Yeah, being gritty, she says, is the most important. And I agree fully with her. I think that is very, very true. Now, this is what she said in her book, actually. If you want to learn a skill, any kind of skill, you need 2 things. Number 1, you need some talent. Talent here is not like inborn, super talent that you were born with. No. Talent here refers to, hey, you have 2 hands. Hey, you have a pair of eyes. Hey, you can use your thinking skills and things like that. So you need that kind of talent. And number 2, effort. Extremely important. Do you stop there? You can, but if you want to continue to become better at the skill that you have just acquired, then you need to do this. Yeah, in order to become better, you need to add another dimension, skill plus another set of effort. And that is the key to success. Wow, when I saw that, I was like, this is something that I've known for years, but this is something that I've not done. And that gave me another energy, another desire to continue to put in extra effort in whatever I do in my own professional development. And the key message here is this, that every single one of us can become better and can become the best that we can be. Gritty teachers, this is again further explanation, almost done, book 1 minute. Gritty teachers has a very, very strong purpose about themselves, self-directed purpose. I want to become better. But more importantly, the most powerful kind of purpose is my purpose in whatever I do is to make a difference, in other people's life. And that is the highest form of purpose. And together with that, if you have been able to clearly define your purpose and find your passion in whatever you do, the inner desire to achieve success, you'll be able to persevere, you'll be able to persist, you'll be able to keep at what you are doing, putting in double, triple, extra efforts in whatever you do. And finally, if you want to become a gritty teacher, I think you need to have a growth mindset. This is what a growth mindset is all about. This is coming from another psychologist, and the name of the professor is Carol Dweck. Beautiful, beautiful book that you have to read. And the title of the book is Growth Mindset. Yeah. Now, interestingly, what this psychology professor found is that there are 2 types of people, those with growth mindset and those with the other one, fixed mindset. Which one are you? Are you somebody with a growth mindset or with a fixed mindset? Maybe I'm somebody in between. Neither here nor there. Again, from this book, I also learned that growth mindset is extremely important. Not your social backgrounds, not your social economic status, not your parental education, but it is the mindset, the belief that you can grow, the belief that you can become better, the belief that if you try and if you use different strategies, you'll be able to be more successful in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, my last slides. These are the 6 ideas that I have just shared with you. I hope you are with me in saying amen to the importance of change and to becoming a better teacher, educator, to becoming a language teachers, to becoming a language teacher educators in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much. Finally, Pak Dr. Willy, yeah? Every time you give me a signal that you were going to end, and I was like, okay, sit. Let's fix that. So many final slides.
That was a trick.
All right.
That speakers use.
All right, yes. Okay, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very big applause or send your reactions to Pak Willy's presentation. Very insightful, very encouraging. All right, seems that the questions here are already, we collected some questions. I will share my screen. So now we come to the Q&A. We have about 15 minutes for the Q&A session. So just to help the participants, let me share the questions in PowerPoint so that the participants in the YouTube can follow this discussion. So I organized this chronologically, so I didn't prioritize one person, but more on the chronological or when you send the questions. All right, so the first question is addressed to Dr. Lamers. And then the first and second is to Dr. Lamers, and the third one is to Pak Willy. All right, Ibu Jane, are you still there?
I am.
Yeah, good. All right. Okay, so I think that the participants are like looking forward to your response. Would you just go to the first and second, probably, just to save the time? All right.
So I got Eva's question about what do we do when the students are allowed to use their phone or their technology, but they misuse it, and they're focused more on what they want to do than what the lesson is. So first, I would ask all of us who are students and who are participants in sessions and things like that. In the last hour and 40 minutes, were you 100% engaged? Were you only paying attention to and listening to Pak Willy and me? Or were you also maybe doing some things for your own pleasure or your own information? So I sometimes think that teachers or adults fear the inclusion of these devices and hold kids to a higher standard than they hold themselves. So I wouldn't worry too much about distraction. I think we live a bit in a distracted world, that the devices are so valuable for use that we don't want to avoid using them just to avoid any potential misuse. The other thing that I share with teachers is that the more engaging your lessons are, the more you're asking students to produce and construct things that are based on their own interests and what they are passionate about, using the language that you're trying to teach them for their own purposes, then they won't be as distracted in your class, right? So I think that, you know, to the second point also, we need to stay up to date, and things are changing so quickly that when we empower the youth, the students in our classes, to share what's more authentic for themselves, that's part of how we do that walk together, because they'll bring some of the newer language in, and we can guide them on times and places to use it as appropriate.
Yeah. Maybe I can add a little bit to that. I think, Jane, you raised a very important point about engagement. As a teacher, we can always expect about 5-10% of our students to be off task. That's the reality. Whether you're doing the lesson online or on-site, 10% of them will likely be off task. But like Jane said, if our tasks are truly exciting, the kind of tasks that we use, provoke the students' curiosity, I think chances are much higher that they will do what they are asked to do in the classroom. So the key thing is for us not to look at the students, but to look at ourselves. Is my lesson truly exciting? Is my lesson really interesting? Is the task that I'm giving my students worth doing from the student's perspective? If the answer is yes, and the students are still off task, what do? Continue teaching or change jobs, find a new school.
All right. Yes, thank you. Do you still want to add something, Dr. Lemers, for Ibu Eva and Pak Mukairon?
I don't think so. I think it's, if you think back to how I framed literacy as connected to one's identity and to being more productive, if we can, to use Pat Willie's phrasing, if we can create tasks that are connected to their identities and their interests, their use of the language in a way that matters to them, I don't think you'll have much of an issue with Eva's question.
All right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, thank you very much, Jane and Pak Willie, for responding to the first and second questions. All right, now we can come to the question number 3 here from Pak Jalu.
Yes.
Pak Willie.
Yes. The question is very interesting. How do we know that we have changed? How do we know that we have done a good job in becoming a better teacher? Very difficult question, but the answer actually is very straightforward. I think you need feedback. You need feedback from other people. You need feedback from the best people in your institution. If you feel that you're not a very successful teacher, then find out who the successful teachers are in your school or in other places, and then invite them to sit and observe your lesson and ask them honestly to provide you with very honest and critical feedback. I think if you're willing to do that, chances are higher that you'll be able to continually to assess, the kind of changes that you have made in your lesson. It's very difficult for us to look at ourselves because to us, we are the best person in the world. But if you ask somebody, I think that somebody is likely to give you tips, ideas, suggestions, and many other good tips for improvement. So yes, feedback from your students and from other teachers, and try to get the best teachers to come to your class. I think we can learn from the best teachers out there. So that would be my response. Yeah.
Yeah. So very open to feedback from others. So,
yes.
All right. Thank you. So Pak Jalu, are you still in the Zoom? Oh, probably.
Yes. Maybe the next set of questions. What about direct questions? Okay. So that we can see the faces of the people in the audience who ask questions.
Oh, all right. So okay. So let me go to the next questions then. To Dr. Lemers and Pak Willie. First is from Christine Permata and from Cecilia Lupi. All right, Dr. Lemers, the first question, please. What are the indicators that the new literacy or digital digital literacies are successfully implemented.
So part of what I shared that's important in new literacy is that it's part of civic engagement, personal engagement in the world. So we might think about language proficiency not just about what's available to be done on a test, but what's about a language learner using the language for activity, for engagement in civic life. So if you can get them out and communicating with others about with the language, if for whatever reason, because it's maybe not a language spoken nearby, you can do video and have them, Pawili brought up the importance of video, but connecting them to online communities where they have to use the language, if it's English or whatever language, to communicate with other speakers. Doesn't have to only be native speakers, but using the language to make meaning in something that they care about. I think that would be what I would define as measuring success. So can they engage on an online forum? And here, from an identity perspective, it can be about anything. Say they are interested in, we had one of our participants who was really interested in handicrafts and the making that she would do. And she felt like feedback that she would get from local people, everybody was too nice to her. They didn't want to hurt her feelings. So when she shared examples of her handicrafts in online spaces and talked with people from other countries, she felt like she got more critical and constructive feedback. If the young person is interested in video games, have them find an online forum where they can talk about video games in the language. Can they use that language proficiently to talk about something that they care about?
All right. Yes, thank you. Pak Willy?
Yes, the second question, is that from you, Ibu Cecilia? The name is the same,
No.
Cecilia Luki from USD.
Identical name, yeah.
Can we get that person to appear on the screen and to ask the question herself?
Okay.
Yes, the question is very interesting.
Okay, hello,
Cecilia,
sir.
yes, go ahead. Oh, you're a student, are you?
Yes, I'm a student of Sanata Dharma University.
Very good, yes.
Yes,
Yes, kid.
question as
Yes.
yeah, how to handle students, demotivated students in class, especially in the online mode, even though the teacher has put their best effort to make the class engaging. And this case happens in an English speaking class where the students actually master English vocabularies quite well, but they don't want to try to speak English. I mean, they don't dare themselves to speak English. They always reply the teacher's instructions or questions in Bahasa Indonesia. And when the teacher tries to...
How old are they?
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, they are in grade 4 and 5.
Grade 4 and 5?
Yeah, they're kids. And when...
I know what you're trying to ask. And I know somebody in the audience who will be able to give you a very, very good answer. Ibu Laksmita, I think, is an excellent teacher. She has been teaching oral skills, speaking. And I think occasionally she may find herself in a situation when the students, don't really want to participate, in her speaking class. Ibu Laksmita, please share your experience.
Okay. Good morning, Bu Cecilia Luki.
Morning, Miss.
Thank you. The situation would be a little bit different because what she's experiencing is grade 4 and 5, and my experience is more on the university level. So the approach will definitely be different. And just based on online learning is very challenging. So I can't really tell you the answer because I don't have enough experience in teaching elementary
young
school
children.
students.
Yes.
Really.
Yes, 2 points that I want to share. Thank you, Laxmita. Mita is a very good teacher. I know her. I've known her for more than 10 years now. Excellent, excellent teacher. Cecilia, when you say you have done your best to motivate your students, is it possible that your best is not really the best? I think that is one thing that comes to mind. There has to be some way of motivating your students, of making them want to participate more in the classroom, whether it's online or offline. So maybe you need to redefine, relook at what you mean by I've tried my best, but if you can say with a high degree of certainty, I've tried this many, many times, I've done my best, and I'm still not successful, there must be something wrong either with you or the students. So that's point number one. Point number two is more serious. Point number two has to do with the nature of language learning, the nature of young learners, especially in EFL situations like in Indonesia. If I were you, I would not actually force my students to speak. Not yet. I think either they are, number one, they are shy. Number two, they have not acquired sufficient language to express themselves orally in the language. That's point number two, yeah? And point number three, they are not very familiar with this online environment. And they are so frightened to make mistakes. And this happens in the classroom, in the on-site lesson, and also in the online lesson as well. And that feeling of embarrassment is very, very, very important. I think the literature is full of references about how anxiety, the feeling of anxiety, the feeling of fear of making mistakes, especially in front of the teacher and also in front of the other students in the classroom, can be very, very damaging. So I would not be worried too much if my students are not speaking, especially the younger ones. Besides asking the students to speak, you can probably provide students with a lot more opportunities to listen and to understand, stories, interesting stories from, various sources, from books or from talking books, from YouTube videos and things like that. Again, theoretically speaking, when the students have had this opportunity to listen again and again and again, they will be able to sort of internalize some of these important language features. And when that happens, they will automatically basically produce, even if you say, please don't speak anything, don't say anything in the classroom, they will produce the language. Now, I'm saying this because this is what is being done in Singapore. The first 4 years in Singapore, kelas 1, kelas 2, kelas 3, kelas 4, SD. Who does the talking? The teachers, actually. And the context of learning is story-based pedagogy. So the teachers will come to class with a big book that she can show to the whole class. And then she would start with asking students to sing together, maybe to dance, to jump around together. And then the teachers will tell the story in a very, very interactive manner. Very minimal language is expected from the students. The students can say, yeah, that's interesting. Hey, what's going to happen next in the story? Then the students can say 1 or 2 sentences in response to that. But asking the students to give like a 1-minute presentation, no, that comes very, very much later. I'm sorry, the answer is very long. But Cecilia, I like your question. I like your name too. Very nice combination, Cecilia and Lucky.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer too. It gives me, it reduces my anxiety.
Yes.
Because actually I'm worried of myself because the title of the class is speaking class. I'm worried if I'm considered as failed teacher for not making my students able to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and you speak very, very well.
Yeah.
Who was your teacher?
Oh,
All of them are here.
All of the lecturers here are my teachers.
Fumita.
Very good. Yes.
Fumita is her teacher, Pak Willy.
Yes, excellent, excellent. Yes.
Yeah.
She
thank
was
you
in my
very
public
much.
speaking, right? You were in my public speaking class,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I'm in Pak Kon's public speaking class and also Miss Mega's
But not
basic
because of
speaking class.
teachers.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you. All the teachers.
Thank you very much, Pak Willy and Luki, for
Thank you, Miss.
sharing. And the last one, sorry, for this time is running very fast. There have been some other questions actually, but I don't think that we can. Probably, if you don't mind, Dr. Lamers and Pak Willy, that the question will be sent directly to you, and then you can have response. Okay. So the last one, I'm afraid that this is the last one from Pak Kons. Dr. Lammers, would you like to respond in 1 minute or two? Thank you.
So I think spending money on infrastructure for technology is one way to handle this question, because it is important to note, I appreciate you bringing this up, that we cannot assume equality and equity. We need to make sure that there's more support for making sure everybody has access to technology, reliable access to technology. So I think spending some infrastructure money on that might be helpful.
Ben. Yeah, Willie, would you like also to respond to this last question?
Yes. Yes, I think change must start with the teacher. I think as a teacher, you need to continue to develop your literacy, your digital literacy. Now, starting from either last year or the year before, my university has made a new course compulsory for every student, for every undergraduate students. And the name of the course is Digital Literacy. And what I've heard in the school situations in Singapore, and some very, very young children can now learn how to code, doing a coding. And that's even a more technical aspect of digital literacy, how to create a small application. Yeah. So coding is now a course that is being offered to young children, because that is what the future is going to be like. The kind of knowledge that we had in the past continues to be useful, but more importantly, I think we need to become more familiar with what is expected of us in this new technologically mediated life, if you like. So, yeah, so that's my take. Yes, of course, infrastructure is important. If you don't have access to the internet, then nothing can happen.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Lammers and Dr. Renandia, I believe that this is our concluding remarks. Okay, so yes, dear participants, this is the end of our session. Thank you very much for all the participants.
Thank you all.
And we have collected the questions, so we are going to forward the questions to Dr. Lammers and Dr. Renandia so that you can get some responses to the questions. I, as a moderator, would like also to apologize if there is anything that I say or I did was not really appropriate. So thank you very much, and go on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Jane, I like your batik. The color just matches the background perfectly.
Thank you very much. I know.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a good one to bring.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jane Lammers, Dr. Willy Renandia, and Dr. Cecilia Tutiandari for having the shared batik day today. Yeah. Okay, so thanks a lot for the beautiful conversation that opens up our horizon, especially related to the improvement of our service in education. So ladies and gentlemen, the third keynote speech certainly has opened our second day of our conference. So we have this we have reached this very interesting moment. We are going to have this taking picture session. So for everyone in Zoom, would you please turn your camera? I need to check whether everyone has opened the camera or not. And I will make sure that everyone is there. Okay. There will be 4 windows. Okay. So make sure that is it already prepared? I mean, the operator, are you ready then? Okay. Now, everyone, big smile. 1. Okay. 2. 3. Okay. And the last one, 4th. Okay. Thanks a lot for the help from the operator. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the parallel sessions. And we will have 2 parallel sessions left today. Parallel 3 will be started at 11:15 and will end at 12:15. And the parallel 4 will be starting at 13:15 up to 14. And shortly after the 4th parallel session, you will be invited to join the last keynote speech. So please kindly see your program book for further details. And it is important to note that there will be some redistribution of the presentations. Make sure that you pay attention to the details available over there. So this is the end of our first keynote speech, and let's go to the parallel sessions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ibu Cecilia. I'll see you again. Pak Ardi.
Thank you,
Ibu
Willy. Thank
Tri.
you very
Thank
much,
you,
Pak
Pak Willy.
Pak Barli, Bu Heni.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Everyone,
Thank you,
Mita, Pak Kus,
Thank you so much, Pak Willy.
Pak Mega. Thank you everyone.
An excellent presentation, Pak Willy.
Thank you. Coming from you, yes. Thank you so much.
Spiritually, it is excellent.
Spiritually.
Yes, spiritually.
Thank you. I'll see you
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah.
Yes, see you later, Pak.
Yeah. Bye bye, Pak Markus. Bye bye, Pak.
Bye-bye, Pak Willy.
you.
Welcome back to this main room. In this session, we will listen to a talk which will be delivered by Dr. Kosa Kastuhandani from Sanata Dharma University. This 1-hour talk will be moderated by Dr. Johanna Veniranda, also from Sanata Dharma University. Just to remind you all, the participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you are joining from Zoom, or in the YouTube comments box if you are joining us from YouTube. So without further ado, let's welcome Ibu Johanna Veniranda and Bapak Kosa Kastuhandani. Ibu Johanna Veniranda, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Markus. Dear audience, Bapak Ibu, 129 of us are here already. All right, I would like to introduce to you briefly about our speaker today. Let me share a little bit short CV. I will highlight some of the main points of about our speaker today. So, Pak Kosa, Fidelis Kosa Kastuhandani, pursued his bachelor degree from 2000 until 2004, and then his master's degree at the English Language Studies of Sanata Dharma University from June 2007 until 2011. And he came back from his doctoral studies from the La Salle University in the Philippines in 2019. I think that is 3 months before the COVID-19 hit the world. So fortunately, Pak Kosa came back before that. And then another piece of information about Pak Kosa. Pak Kosa has been a faculty member at the English Language Education Study Program since 2005. And his research interests include educational technology, adult learning, and TEFL. I quoted some of the highlighted publications. Most of them has something to do with probably, technology as his interest. So this is Empowering WELL in English Linguistics Teaching Learning Process. And then bringing up a question of is flipped learning for everyone. In 2 proceedings, I highlighted 2 articles in the proceedings, Students' Lived Experience in Digital Storytelling, and then Flock in Learning to Write. Today, Pak Kosa is going to deliver his presentation entitled Reimagining English Education Post-COVID-19. That is briefly. Let's welcome Bapak Kosa Kastuhandani. I think I'll stop share. Pak Kosa, the floor is yours. Let me stop share.
Okay, thank you very much for the very kind introduction, Dr. Veniranda. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And it is a huge honor for me to be able to sit here at the very end of the conference. So in these 2 days, we have had lots of talks, sharing, and then we also have listened to lots of wonderful insights from the speakers. Being at the end of the conference, maybe some of you expected me to make conclusion of all the things that happened during the conference, but I am not sure that I'm capable of that. So I will ask you to ponder yourself, to imagine yourself. What will you do afterward, after listening to lots of beautiful insights from various speakers. But I would like to try to little bit remind you of all the talks from the plenary sessions. I cannot summarize all the parallel sessions, but let me try to remind you again of all things that happened during these 2 days. Professor Phillips, in the beginning of this conference, invited us to see English education, or invited us to rethink our way of teaching English using the framework of TPAC, where the content knowledge of the language is combined with the pedagogical knowledge and also the technological knowledge. However, in our context, in our reality, this might bring about another challenge for us teachers. Okay? Because we know that in Indonesia, the infrastructure is not well distributed throughout the country. And then the students as well might have challenges in providing the technology. But again, the framework will help us English teachers to teach better. Why? Because we have the content, the pedagogy, and then the technology that will help us. And then Dr. Christina Cristiani, mentioned about being a teacher, English teachers nowadays or in the future. We need to be able to adapt ourselves, and having the adaptability and openness to improve ourselves will lead us to have better teaching or better students' performance. And then in this morning, we have had Dr. Lammers also and Dr. Renandia. Dr. Lammers talked about digital literacies, in which we bring the realities, the world realities outside the classroom into our class context. Well, the thing that I do highlight in this from her presentation is that we are reminded that outside, the world outside is actually should be picturized into our classroom context. Our classroom should be the picture of the real world. So there is no separation between our classroom and realities. So we need to have authentic things that happen in our, or discuss in our classroom context. And then Dr. Renandia is providing us insightful saying or opinion about being a teacher in the 21st century should be able to embrace change. What kind of change? All kinds of changes that happen in our society or in our world right now. Indeed, we have lived in the fourth industrial revolution. And then right now we also have the highlight of Society 5.0 from Japan. Okay? And then in Zimbabwe, they are proposing Education 5.0. So the change is exponential right now. We have lots of changes that happen in our society, and it appears one after another. If we English teachers cannot adapt and cannot embrace the changes, it will be a challenge, huge challenge for us. Okay? here I stick to this screen for a long time now. And then the thing that I highlight here is actually my presentation is not about giving you new insight or new thing to ponder, but it is like an invitation. Let us try to imagine. Why imagining? Because it haven't been there yet. Okay, we still are struggling with the COVID-19. But what's next? That is the thing that we need to be ready. And we need to imagine what kind of education, what kind of English education in particular that we are going to have in the near future. Because we know that the government will reopen the schools after all majority are vaccinated, and then all the schools are ready with the health protocol. But will it be the same with the previous pre-COVID-19? I don't think that it will be the same. And then Dr. Renandia also previously in this morning highlight that we need to, as teachers, we need to be able to reflect on the things that we have done. And that is also that I'm going to invite you to do, reflect it. My presentation here right now is based on my personal reflection and some from the references that I've read before. Okay. Right. We have so many disruptions in our education system. Okay. It is 2 years ago, starting from March 2020, right? That the schools are closed. And then the Ministry of Education enacted the 3 options for the curriculum. The schools can choose sticking to the national curriculum, or using the emergency curriculum, or even the school can develop its own curriculum. Majority, the schools that we have in Indonesia choose the first curriculum, the national curriculum. Okay. And the challenge is that the curriculum was designed to be offline. Meanwhile, we are forced to go online. Okay. There are so many challenges in the beginning. Even now, we still have challenges, the same challenges that we have, where the curriculum is crowded, and then the students learn lots of things. Okay. Meanwhile, it is just like the thing Dr. Christiani mentioned, the setting of study for the students changes. Previously, it was in the classroom where they meet one another. What they do right now, staying in the bedroom and study. Even maybe while eating, they are studying. Or in the yard in front of the house, they are studying, as long as there is internet connection. Okay. And in these 2 years of COVID journey in our education system, leads us also as teachers getting frustrated. There are lots of cases where teachers are anxious about how to provide the learning experience for the students. There are numerous studies mentioning that teachers are complaining that they cannot provide effective teaching and learning activities. Okay. We have talked about the students, we have talked about the teachers. Parents also becomes anxious in this COVID era. They are forced to accompany the children study. We also have heard so many news that parents got angry to the children because they cannot memorize the material. Okay. And from the parent side, they are also worried about the screen time the students have, the children have. Maybe they cannot differentiate which one is learning and which one is gaming. Okay. Which one is studying, which one is only chatting with friends. Okay. So those kind of disruptions bring about lots of anxieties in our side, as teachers, as parents, and also as students. Okay, I would like to highlight several challenges that happen in our society right now. Again, the first is the curriculum. The problem with the curriculum is that with the national curriculum, our national curriculum is that there are lots of things that the students need to learn. Meanwhile, the connection or the internet connection on the student side and also the teacher side maybe is not strong enough. So what happened in reality is that we have a gap here. If we live in city, we are lucky because the internet connection is okay, and then the electricity is okay. But then if we live in a remote area, that is challenging. The internet connection is, well, sometimes okay, most of the time not okay. The electricity is also okay, but then most of the time it's not okay. Okay. Therefore, the government proposed emergency curriculum where the load is reduced, and also the school even can provide their own modified curriculum. Looking at the amount of things that the students need to learn, most of the time, teachers are running out of time. We try to give all the material to the students, and the students are overwhelmed with the information, with the material. So I come across also this interesting article about pacing down our classroom. The title of the article is "Slow Down, You Are Going Too Fast." Matching curricula to students' skill levels. In the previous discussion, we also have had the discussion for the fourth and the fifth grade students having forced to have speaking class. Well, that is our curriculum indeed, but is it their skill that we focus on, or that the memory that we focus on? This is the first challenge. The second challenge is communication that happen in our online context. The teachers communicate to the students communicate to the teacher and the material, and then they also need to communicate with other people. But because of the pandemic, where social distancing is enforced, we have a saying, if you love me, stay away from me. Stay 6 feet apart from me if you love me. If you don't love me, you can come closer. If you want to kill me, you can come closer. Why? Because of the pandemic. What is the effect? The effect is that the students and the teachers look at the screen almost 24 hours in their life, trying to communicate with others. Why? Because physical contact is not possible. And it leads to another challenge, that the students, our children nowadays, stick to the gadget most of the time. That's the first challenge. Another challenge is that some teachers are reluctant to be contacted by the students. Not during the class hour, not during the school hour. But we need to remember this one, right now we are living in an online world where learning could happen anytime in their life. Almost 24/7. The students, if say for example the students open the material at night, and then they have question, well, they have to wait in the morning. And then maybe if they contact the teacher, the response is not directly provided by the teacher. It happens in our context, in our society right now. Okay? That is the second challenge, communication. The third challenge, this one is the most prevalent problem that we have. Technology breakdown, technology sabotage, where we don't have internet connection, or if we have an internet connection, it is not stable, or we don't have electricity. Yeah, the problem with the technology is electricity. If we don't have electricity, well, yeah, we go back to the stone age. Okay, we cannot open anything. We cannot access anything. Okay. The next problem or challenge is about teachers. The teachers, well, in this today's conference, we heard that there are lots of teachers complaining or asking for help about how to teach effectively, how to teach efficiently, how to make students learn in the online setting. I have explained so hard, but then the students are not engaged. What should I do? There are so many ways today's teachers do. Acting like that in front of the computer, or providing games into the classroom, or adapting gamification concept into the classroom, or even asking the students to do TikTok, etc. Many ways that are practiced by our teacher, by us nowadays. Another challenge is from the parent side. This is the data in January 2011 about the daily time spent on media. It is not necessarily to be only for students, but it is the average for the internet users age 16 to 64. Maybe it includes you, Bapak Ibu, or me even. Okay. On average, every day we spend 8 hours 52 minutes online. Okay. For some of us, maybe 12 hours online or 16 hours online. Okay. And the interesting thing here is that the times we spend time using social media for 3 hours on average. 3 hours and 14 minutes. And reading press media only 1 hour, and then listening to podcasts only 44 minutes on average, and gaming only 1 hour and 16 minutes. Meanwhile, parents are anxious that the children play games all the time, dating. Okay, this is the challenge faced by the parents. Another challenge is that we live in a disruptive era. Dr. Christiani mentioned also that we live in VUCA, where everything is uncertain nowadays. Being in this disruptive era, the students are expected to have these skills to be able to survive, to be able to live in the future. Because the challenge that they will have is totally different with the challenge that we have had before. Okay, communication skills, of course, they will live in the world of interconnectedness. Professor Phillips also mentioned digital entanglement. Okay. And then the ability to learn independently, where self-regulated learning is expected, also mentioned by Dr. Christiani. Ethics and responsibility, teamwork and flexibility, thinking skills, digital skills are part of the digital literacies, highlighted by Dr. Lammers. Knowledge management, also highlighted by Dr. Renania, where he focused on changes. Okay. Is it not depressing having those kind of challenges? It is for us. But here I would like to I would like to share my newest anthem that I always listen to whenever I am anxious. My anthem is the song by Imagine Dragons, entitled "It's Okay." It is a new song, and since it is a new song, and I just heard it a couple of weeks ago, okay, it becomes my daily anthem. Why? Because I am interested in the lyric. It is okay to be not okay. It is just fine to be out of your mind. So if you are out of our mind, well, it is just fine. We will still live, right? We will still be happy. Okay. What we need to do is just breathe in deep. It is just a day at a time. Don't worry too much. But we need to plan out, indeed. But we need to be ready, indeed. But we need to be ready for everything that might appear in the uncertain world, indeed. Because it is okay to be out of your mind. This song becomes my daily anthem now. Every day I listen to this song over and over. Why? Because it encourages me to reflect that, okay, and it will keep my sanity on the brain. Okay? And I believe if we still keep our sanity on check, we will have good well-being. Besides being healthy, the main important thing right now is being happy. Okay. The challenge for us, what about for our future students? What about for our students? That they will also live in the society 5.0, okay, where everything is available for them. Now we live in knowledge. The knowledge that we have nowadays is downloadable. Everything can be downloaded. The students can access anything, ask for anything online. Okay. Even say, for example, we provide grammatical grammar item for the test. He go to school. That is wrong. What the students can do, just copy and then put it in the Google, and the Google verifies it. The knowledge is available for them. Okay. So our way of giving the material and ask them to memorize maybe is outdated already. Okay. We tend to glorify our past. Well, yeah, we have our best practices long time ago, and we stick to that past. The problem is that we cannot live in the past. We live in the future, where we will face another new challenge. The past, we need to look back, yes, but how do we position the past? We position the past to be the foundation for all the things that we will do in the future. They will live in the new society. The students will live in the new society where everything is connected. Okay. We have passed the information society. Knowledge is available for them to access. Okay. And then the answer to the questions are available for them when they ask Google. Okay. And our society in the future, as proposed by Japanese government, the Society 5.0, is actually to balance the economic advancement with the resolution of social problems, and also advanced fusion of cyberspace and physical space, where the society is expected to have comfort, high quality lives, and vitality. Okay. If you get sick today, you no longer need to go to the hospital to ask for, or clinic to ask for a doctor's opinion. You can just open your mobile phone and then ask for the doctor, and then the medicine will be delivered to you. That happens in Indonesia already. If you have problem with electricity, you don't need to go to an office and report. You need just to click, and then it is solved. In a way, our society nowadays is integrated already with the technology. The question is, what kind of education that we will have in the future, post-COVID? This is the thing that I would like to propose. Non multa sed multum, or not many, but much. It is not the breadth of the material, but it is the depth of the material. And because in the reality nowadays, in this society, the students are expected to have certain skills to be able to live, to be able to survive. And I'm sure that all of you are familiar with this taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy, where nowadays we are expected as teachers to provide a learning experience that highlight the higher order thinking skills, where the students could analyze, evaluate, and at the end, create. Those are the things that are expected from us. Does it mean that lower order thinking skills are not needed? Yes, it is still needed, but it is not as the main course in our classroom. Why? Because the students are expected to be problem solver at the end, where they can find the problem, where they can identify the real problem in the society and identify it, and then define it, explore the possibilities of the options, and then do the action and look back or evaluate on the effectiveness of the solution they produce. What about English? Is it possible to come up with problem solving? Oh, indeed. Okay. What I suggest is that what I imagine is that, say for example, generic structure. Is it still relevant to teach generic structure to the students? To ask them to memorize generic structure of academic text? Or they can identify themselves? Or maybe we can provide the generic structure as the pre-teaching activity, where they can learn outside the classroom. Meanwhile, in the classroom, they have the discussion, experience of learning. Okay. I am a believer of tailspoon of experience. If you are familiar with tailspoon of experience, is that text will only last 10% in the memory. We read and we forget. But if we do the activity, we have the hands-on experience, it will last 90%. It will last longer. So what I imagine is that all the memorizing activities are done outside the classroom. Okay? Because if we try to ask them to memorize, we explain to the students during the class hour, and at that moment and in time, the students cannot have internet connection. They cannot listen to your explanation. They will get lost in that day. They cannot get the material. Okay? So if they don't have internet connection, how can technology help them to learn, to have the experience of learning? This is the first imagination that I have. The second is the students are expected to be having this critical thinking, where the students are adept with the element of thoughts. Here, that all reasonings have purpose. All reasoning is an attempt to figure out something out, or to solve problem, or to settle some question. Or reasoning is based on assumption, where they have the previous scheme. And or reasoning is done from some point of view, where they have their own opinion toward the problem. Or reasoning is based on data, information, and evidence, where they can filter what kind of information that they have available for them online. And then all reasoning is expressed through and shaped by concepts and ideas, where they are open to various kinds of concepts or theories available for them. And the reasoning contains inferences by which we draw conclusions and give meaning to them. So they have the data, but is it enough? No. The most important thing is how they give meaning on that data. We need to provide them meaningful activities, meaningful experience for them to be able to learn nowadays. And then our reasoning leads somewhere, has implication and consequences. We let the students decide. We let the students discern, having the option of where they want to go. Is it possible? Oh yes, indeed. It is very possible. Okay. Why? Because we ground everything here on the context where they live. Okay. Being able to be a critical thinker, later on the students will succeed. And then the third one is having creativity. Of course, thinking out of the box is important, where the jobs nowadays is totally different with the jobs available in the previous 10 years. Now we have data analyzer. In the previous 10 years, we didn't have that. And now we have lots of startups company where creative people come up with an idea of solution. But is it enough to be a problem solver, to be critical thinker, and to be creative? Now, it is not enough. What we need the most is awareness of being with others, compassion. We have nowadays the challenge is that the children are getting used to being alone. They study alone in the room, and then they cannot go out to play with peers. They contact their peers or friends virtually. Where physical contact is impossible, we need to raise the awareness that we live with others. We need to be compassionate with others. Okay. And here, I quote a movie. If you are familiar with Marvel multi-universe, Marvel Studios multi-universe, I quote this quote from The Watcher, from the movie What If? Time, space, reality. It is more than a linear path. It is a prism of endless possibility, where a single choice can branch out into infinite realities, creating alternate worlds from the ones you know. If you are a believer of the Avengers and the the Spider-Man and everything. I'm sure that all of you are familiar with the multi-universe of the Marvel Studio. But for us English teachers, the thing that I would like to highlight here is we will have many options to choose. And it is for us to discern which way we need to go. Is it to the right? Is it to the left? Or just stay? Will we use this certain app? Will we use that app? Or we just stay? Every option that we will make will lead to a consequence. We lead to something that we cannot expect. Well, we can expect something that might happen, but we cannot have it for sure yet because it doesn't there yet. So there are so many possibilities that we need to be ready. Again, I would like to highlight Dr. Kristiani remark that we need to be able to adapt, and Dr. Renandia's remark also that we need to embrace the changes that happen in front of us. And thank you very much for listening to my talk, and I welcome question and answer and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Kosa. Yes, I think we have noticed several questions on the chat. Let me share and quote this for so that friends who are streaming via YouTube can also see the questions. Yeah, friends who are in Zoom can read the questions, of course. Okay, maybe just. Okay, is it shared? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so the first question, so this is in the chronological order, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Can you see the slide, Pak? I don't.
Not yet, not yet.
I'll just let me repeat. Share screen. Okay, so a question from Pak Pius, a long one. I think the question start from, do you have any suggestion when post-COVID-19, when post-COVID-19 is, and then authority announced that COVID-19 will become an endemic. It means we will live with COVID-19 for unidentified length of time. So what's your opinion about this, Pak? Even when classes are carried out face-to-face later in real classroom?
Yeah, I do agree with Pak Pius in a way that if it becomes an endemic and we need to live side by side with COVID-19, we need to open our school, open the classroom. But if you ask me when post-COVID-19 is, it starts now. Okay? Because now we are thinking about how do we proceed with our teacher and learning activity? How do we proceed giving the learning experience to the students? And then if in the near future we have our schools open for the students to come and to learn in the classroom, I have high confidence that we will have new ways of behaving in our societies. And then say, for example, majority is vaccinated, well, we become more confident in having the face-to-face interaction. Although with the strategies of teaching activities might be different with the previous one, pre-COVID-19. If say for example the previous activity for the group work, they can sit together in one table, adult 5 to 6 people. Now we need to think about it. Should we make them grouped that way, or we can use the help of technology to facilitate the grouping, the group discussion? Should it be, if they work in pairs, should they sit together in one table? Maybe not. Okay, so it is actually a big chance for us as educators, as teachers, to think of transformation, to think of a new ways to make sure that all of us are safe in the future. I do hope that I can answer your question, please.
All right. So thank you, Pak Kosa. So you are addressing the situations that may never be the same. Yeah. So living with COVID-19, post-COVID-19 era like this, we will still be on the cautious side and be better on the safe side. Yeah. No longer grouping like before. Everybody was wearing a mask. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you, Pak Kosa. Pak Pius actually has another question. Yeah, the third question. Let's go to the next question from Ibu Agni Kinasi from Aloha Cruz Academy. So, Bu Agni asked about, let's see, my question is how, let me minimize my question is how to adapt our options of teaching approach. Yeah, maybe more or less the same with the situation of post-pandemic, yeah, and technique to the post-COVID era. Now that some schools have started the face-to-face meetings after months of virtual classes, considering the teacher's load is multiplied. Yeah, they need to make the most of their time, energy, and creativity for the sake of meaningful learning for their students. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the question. It is an interesting question, and it is a good question. And usually a good question is difficult to answer. Right. So having multiplied load for teachers force us as teachers to make sure that we are still insane. We need to keep our well-being. That would be the thing that we can control. We need to be able to keep our well-being, our sanity. If we can be happy, I'm sure we can have the good radiance. We can radiate our good positive energy to the students, and they will get okay. Reading your question, Bu Agni, I remember One Republic's song, Better Days. Don't worry, tomorrow will be better days. Okay? We need to be optimistic of the things that we will survive this. And again, because this is the time for us to transform our education system, why not start now? Why should we wait for a longer time? Let's start now. We need to think about how we approach the curriculum, how we provide better learning experience to the children. Okay. Options about teaching approach and techniques to the post-COVID era. Everything is okay, everything is good. But it is our choice. There will be options that we need to choose which one. Because the best teaching approach and technique is contextual. Different class will have different way of handling. I believe that one. So that's the theoretical answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak. the discussion of post-COVID seems to require probably teachers sitting together again and then considering the situations of their class. Yeah. Let me go to the next question. I hope that answered Ibu Agni's question. Oh, we still have one more later. From Bapius again. Pak Musa, can you see the question? Yeah. So can we apply TPAC without technology? TPAC is...
Yeah. Can we apply TPAC without technology? Well, my answer is no, Pak Pius, because TPAC without technology will be packed only.
So, okay.
Pedagogical knowledge and content knowledge only.
Okay.
So we don't have the technology knowledge inside it. So we need to have technology. Is TPAC an unavoidable strategy? Well, we have lots of options, Pak Pius. It is not the only strategy that will work. It might be an alternative. Because later, maybe Pak Pius could come up with an idea, a new framework of handling the situation like this. Why not? Okay. So is it the only solution? No. But we will have so many options available for us. I hope that I answered your question. Thank you.
Have time, committee? We still have time. Let me check. Maybe a quick answer to address Ibu Eva's questions on the chat room. Let me read it. So the biggest problem is students are not highly motivated to submit their task on time. Some students who don't have any submission. There are always some students who do not have any submission at all. So to address this problem, what advice? Maybe Pak Kuasa has something to say about this.
Submission, engagement, and then active participation in online classes becomes challenge that we have, Bu Eva. It is not only in your class, but I believe that it happens in almost all classes, where certain students are reluctant to go online or are reluctant to do the activity. That might be the first possibility. Another possibility is that they have difficulties. We don't know yet what the difficulties are if we don't ask. So my suggestion is that as being teachers, where we are asked or we are required to provide learning experience to the students, we can approach them individually and ask what happened. Maybe they have difficulties. Maybe they are ashamed. Maybe they are not motivated. So having the personal approach to the students will help us to identify how can we help them to have the better learning experience. Because the most important thing here is that we provide our students better learning experience. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Josa.
That is Ibu Eva, yeah. So thank you, Ibu Eva, for the question. I think we are a little bit behind the time, but maybe let me say a few sentences to close Pak Kosa's presentation and still leave us as all colleagues and graduate students and undergraduate students, teachers, yeah, of this conference. We have talked about a lot about creativities, teachers' creativity, and then teachers being able to embrace the changes that are going on, and it will still not stop. Yeah, the situations is for us to embrace whatever is coming after this month, next semester. Yeah, let's still have some new venue to continue sharing our concerns, our ideas, yeah, for such kind of venue to meet among colleagues. Yeah, I think that's very nice talk from Pak Kosa. I like to talk that yes, if it is okay not to be okay, yeah, Pak. We are in a very challenging situation at the moment for everyone. I think that's the end of our last session. I think I'll give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony, Bapak Markus. I'll give the hand back to you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and for your attention. Yes, Pak Markus.
Thank you, Dr. Kosa Kastuhandani and Dr. Johanna Veniranda. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to take photos. So make sure that all of you open up your camera. We will count. So please open up your cameras. We are waiting for the others to open up. Still some are in process. So make sure that you open up the camera. Yeah, almost complete, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Not all, but make sure that please open the camera right now. Okay. How many takes? Right now 4. Yeah. So please make sure that it's now open, the camera. Let me count. 1.
I think 7, Pak. 7.
Yeah. The calorie of the operator is 4.
Big one.
Yeah?
Okay. All right.
And a second take. Big smile. Thank you. Third take. Thank you. The last one. Yep. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last keynote speech wraps up our two-day conference. Make sure that everyone remembers the exit ticket link provided in the Zoom chat box. It is note-taking that the e-certificate will be sent to you to your email within the frame of 10 to 15 working days. You can also access the recorded plenary sessions in our PPI USD YouTube channel in the playlist section. Ladies and gentlemen, we will close our two-day activity with a prayer. Allow me to lead the prayer in a Catholic way. For those having different faiths, would you please use your own ways and adjust yourself? In the name of Father, and Son, and Holy Spirit, Amen. My soul proclaims the greatness of the Lord. My spirit rejoices in God my Savior, for he has looked with favor of his lowly servant. From this day all generations will call me blessed. The Almighty has done great things for me, and holy is his name. He has mercy on those who fear him in every generation. He has shown the strength of his arm. He has scattered the proud of their conceit. He has cast down the mighty from their thrones and has lifted up the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he has sent away empty. He has come to the help of his servant Israel, for he has remembered his promise of mercy, the promise he made to our fathers, to Abraham and his children forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Respected keynote speakers, presenters, participants in Zoom, and viewers in YouTube, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you so much for the support and participation throughout the 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference hosted by English Language and Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. Thank you for staying with us for these past few days. Your presence and support mean a lot to us. Stay well, stay healthy, stay sane, and follow the health protocol. We hope to see you again next year in our 9th International Language and Language Teaching Conference 2022. So take care, sampai jumpa tahun depan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, committee.
Thank you for the sharing.
Okay.
Aku pasti bisa. Kan ku coba lagi, ditemani pagi. Tak ada yang tak mungkin, ku pasti bisa. Tak ada yang tak mungkin, ku pasti bisa. Tak ada yang tak mungkin, ku pasti bisa. Ku pasti bisa.